Top of the morning, traders, and happy Wednesday, February 4th, and welcome to the Most Value Pack Live Trading Show, where we live trade, break down charts, cover high-impact events, and talk trader mindset. Hope everyone had a great day yesterday and is ready to kick off another opportunity-filled day. Massive sell-off yesterday. We did see the bulls come back late day. The question becomes, is it a dead cat bounce or legitimate early signs of reversal? And that question will be answered probably within first or second shift. So going to today, we are looking to potentially gap up slightly. The only issue is we're in the heart of prior day's range. So we might chop around to kick things off. We have a lot of key levels in this territory. But the primary thing is, guys, don't try to duplicate or replicate what took place yesterday. Look for your setups. What happened yesterday, let that stay in yesterday and focus on the present moment. Let's mark out that daily open. Looks like no gap here on my end. We're starting to see the Q sell off here to kick things off. So the first ones on the clock, of course, are the Orb Army. All right, so Orb Army, you're going to be on the clock first. 5 minute, that is. So we're opening up right at that daily 50% retrace in the heart of yesterday's action. Good morning, guys on YouTube. Let's get the likes up. Smash the like button. And if you want to join us for the pre-market prep stream, that's available. We did have a catalyst this morning. We did have ADP NFP. And I believe we have nice rejection out VWAP. We have another one as well. ISM at 10 o'clock, okay? ISM at 10 o'clock. So this is where we are on the daily. Let me close this out. Of course, okay. So back below that weekly open. The Qs, to kick things off, the Qs are selling off. IW selling off. Qs and IW are selling off. Qs and IW are selling off to kick things off. All right, for that handle, guys, strikers, that PML is going to be critical. For us to take advantage of that. We need that continued acceleration on the VIX. And sometimes it might take a few. Sometimes what it does is it does this and then it goes. All right, so sometimes there's art to an entry. All right. At 15 minutes is bearish as can be. The only thing really holding us up is the Dow. Dow continues to push. The Qs just fell off another cliff, guys. Q fell below PML. That fell below 613.60. Good morning. And look at the IV. The first thing before you start clicking buttons, look at the IV. Look at the cost of those contracts. IV's 30. All right, IV's 30. Those contracts are going to be more expensive. So if that means you need to let the IV kind of eat at the contracts for a bit and wait, you can also do that as well. All right, so the IV's higher, contracts are more expensive. Doesn't mean you don't have to trade it, but you just need to be aware of it. Right, you have to be more accurate. All right, accuracy is going to be critical. All right, so you're going to see double digits fairly quickly on both ends. All right, let's see if we get that nice little break of that. If that is a compound, if it's compound break below that with that M5 orb along with that PML, there can be something to it. We'll see. The Qs are starting to wick. The Dow out the gate. The Dow's on fire. Out the gate. The Dow is on fire out the gate. 1DT 22%. Beautiful job already. Right out the gate. IV 30%, 100%. Premiums are expensive. Always be aware of that. Good assessment, guys. All right, that's the first thing I'm gonna do. The first thing I'm gonna do is look at the price. Look at the price of the contracts. How are things? What are the environmental conditions? Before you start clicking any buttons. On top of that, catalyst. Okay. You got that quick drop below that 690, or was that 1DT from yesterday, Hero? Because just to give you some context, if you got that drop below 690, from here to here is 22% on a 1 DTE. That just goes to show you how volatile those contracts are. Oh, okay, 22. Okay. So the IV and the 1DTs. Okay, yep. Okay, good. All right. So again, highest form of chop, okay, is when we're inside on the prior day, and we're inside between PML and PMH. All right. Knowing when to trade, knowing when not to trade is just as important as knowing when to trade. 5-minute orb army, those lows are right there. That's going to be compound with that PML. See, everything else can start compounding as well. If we can get that drop below it. Retrace reject is available. That break is available. We'll have to see how it unfolds. We're moving about 81 cents per 5-minute candle. So what are some ways to mitigate the cost of the contracts? Use less if you like the setup you want to take. If you're okay with where it is, take it where it is. Okay. If you want to mitigate and calibrate, or to see if we can take out those highs, other side of the orb, then you can go further dated, or use less size. All right. Further dated, or use less size. Other side of the orb here. All right. Looks like we're going on the other side. And sometimes we got to ask ourselves this as well. What does the market, all right, think the bias of the masses is? The bias of the masses is probably the downside push. All right, say if you were in charge of controlling the market and you intend to make a push to the downside. All right, more than likely, it's in your best interest to trap as many participants up above and then make the move. All right, 10 o'clock we do have ISM. So put in the chat, are you trading before 10 o'clock or after 10 o'clock? Before or after 10 o'clock? Before or after 10 o'clock, that's going to be critical. At 50% retrace, rejection there. So look at that trap. They trap some of the bulls up there. See if we can continue to push. So first things first, we do know that there's some bulls here willing to protect this level. So they're not going to go down without a fight. Okay. So if we're going to shorten this territory, we're going to have to get this level to be proven otherwise. So now do we have enough fuel, once trapping those bulls, to slide back the downside? We're right at that weekly open, so we're basically, who wants it? The weekly's up for grabs. Who wants it? Do the bulls want it? Do the bears want it? Who wants it? That next, if we do get that breakdown, we have room into these lows here. If we get that sustained break, our first target is at 691.38 prior to getting to PMH. If you're waiting for PMH, you can wait for PMH as well. That daily open is 690.35. So we're barely green on the weekly. We're barely green on the weekly. So that's what the fight is for now, guys. Midweek, right? The bulls shot their shot. The bears shot their shot. And now it's basically a tie game. So who wants it now? The VIX continues to push. VIX did spike into that 1836. 1836. I'll let the chop die down here. I'll keep a close eye and continue to monitor the IV. Make sure to like the video on YouTube, guys. Let's get the likes up. If you're just joining us for the first time, welcome aboard. We go live every single day at 9:30 a.m. Live trading, SPY, 99% of the time. We do trade some other names, but only if it's super, super high probability. But our primary focus is trading SPY, scalping SPY, and taking advantage of the moves on SPY. If you're a long-time viewer, take the next steps. Unlock all the resources. Join our community. Pinned in the chat. Let it chop around. If it wants to chop around, that's fine. If it wants to chop around, that's okay. Let it chop around. 15-minute orb. I'm going to continue to be patient. That 15-minute orb was nice yesterday. Was beautiful. That ripple. Take this off. A little less distracting. I'll have it on the striker chart. 15-minute orb, 5 minutes away. Keep in mind, 10 o'clock, we do have ISM. We do have ISM. And the news catalysts you guys are familiar with that could affect today's price action. Yeah, ISM. Good morning, Nico. So the poll for today. Is the volume low? How about now? Let me know if the volume. How's the volume now? How is the volume now on YouTube? Poll for today is bullish, bearish, or kangaroo price action on SPY today. Kangaroo meaning just bouncing side to side. All right, so bullish, bearish, or kangaroo. 67% of the chat is bullish. 67% of the chat is bullish. Okay, do we have enough fuel? Do we have enough fuel off of those highs to slice right through the low? That 15-minute candle is basically a doji. Better? Okay, good. Good. So if it's nice and loud now, good. The audio in our Discord should be good as well. So we are seeing some buyers stepping in, right? Buyers off of that weekly open, buyers off of that daily open, buyers at that 50% retrace. All right, when in doubt, zoom out. Where are we? We're right here. Okay. Right here. In the heart. Okay. In the middle. In the middle is a riddle. In the middle of this runway, in the middle of these two runways, in the middle of prior day's action, right at that weekly open. Okay. In the middle, it's a riddle, so let it sort itself out. We can see that nice little push. See if it holds that. Continues to accelerate. Maybe he wants to seek that 691.38. Nothing clean here. If you did take the 5-minute orb, you probably took the calls there. Maybe you stopped out. Maybe you took a profit already. Or maybe still holding position if it's still within your risk. Just really depends on the profile. AMD on the dive. AMD. Okay, starting to. Okay. MU. Try to get a nice little bounce. MU, yeah, MU's at below that PML. 1DT 22K, caught the bottom, protected now with 2 runners. Looking to add my 2 runners. Beautiful job. 4 runners left. Looking for a push to 20-day. Nice push there. Nice push. Beautiful job, Hero. Getting that push. So we are trading above that 5-minute orb. VIX going south. Okay, the Qs are starting to push here. The Qs want to take out that 5-minute orb as well at that 6:15:10. Look at that first 13 minutes of the day. Up close to 1,000. Beautiful job. Only in trading. Only in trading. Apple. Now, Apple is just doing his own thing, huh? I believe Floyd called out Apple. Look at Apple. Beautiful call out. It's above that POC. Nice break above. Now Apple's trying to get above that monthly upside breaker. The forbidden fruit is flying. It's not an ordinary apple. Okay. So no position so far, no trade so far, just an observation mode up until now. Just giving it a second here. If you did catch some scalps, tremendous job. If you're in the 5-minute orb armor, you had to sit through a little bit, but eventually it did start to work out. Your runways into that 691.90 at 38, 691.38. And then we have that yearly upside breaker up here. So 2025 is highs. Okay, what's encouraging is the VIX is falling off a cliff. What's encouraging is the VIX is falling off a cliff despite the action. We're moving about at 91 cents per 5-minute candle. 91 cents per 5-minute candle. 91 cents per 5. Who's waiting until after ISM? Who's waiting until after ISM? See if they can crack this support and start to slide, get back below 690. VWAP is right there, 690.10. Right, my advanced traders, they can make something out of this. Okay, see if that's a support violation. Waiting after 10, good. So that alleviates a lot of the work you're going to be doing if you're waiting after 10, right? So when you're looking at it, you're not looking at it from a standpoint of do I enter or do I not? All right, so you don't have the you don't have the high stress levels just by making that declaration if you're waiting before or after 10. All right, so you're not on the fence because when we are looking for entries, it does require mental capital. Okay, so if you're observing until 10, that's a good job. Some of you wait until PMH and PML. One of those get taken out or get tested. Some of you wait for the first 15 minutes. Some of you jump in right out the gate. All right, so all things work for people who know how to work them. Right? There's no wrong way. There's only just one way of doing something. You just have to find your way. Waiting after 10. Good. Let's get the likes up on YouTube, guys. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. We have 41 people joining us this morning. First-time viewers, smash the like button. Make sure you subscribe. Long-time viewers, take the next steps. The protocol is watch the video, watch our stream every day for 3 to 5 episodes, and then take the next steps. All right, and unlock all the resources. Now, if you missed some of the episodes, if you're new, go back and watch the episodes from this week. Go back and watch yesterday's episode, how we navigated, how we spotted an opportunity that was massive, all right? How our traders took advantage of it, how I took advantage of it. So the opportunity was there. The opportunity is there. Great management hero. I know you like to use channels on those trend lines. Okay, nice push. 15-minute orb highs are right here. 15-minute orb highs right there. 15-minute orb high. Ripple in effect. 691.29. See, they want to use this continued support. How long can this support? How long can this support? We're making some strides into PMH. PMH, if we can get above PMH, okay, the runways are there, right? There's a runway there, and there's a runway here. Okay. And there goes the Qs. There goes the Qs. Qs are above that orb as well. See if they can get above 50% retrace the weekly. So there's a 50% retrace of the weekly critical level. Okay, so now does this have enough fuel off this rejection to crack this support? We start to slide. See if we get a shooter on the 5. See if we start spiking on the VIX. See if the Qs do the same. The Dow's on the verge of making all-time highs. The rotation story continues to take place. Rotation out of mega cap. Tech, especially the semiconductors, and into safety. And the only reason why Palantir is exempt from the sell-off is because of earnings. AMD fell off a cliff. So how would you guys classify Palantir? Would you classify Palantir as a tech company? Would you, of course, it has tech. Every company at this point has some component of tech in it. Would you classify it as tech or would you classify it as defense? All right? Because Palantir is classified as a defense name. Or an industrial, I should say. Palantir is classified as industrial. Okay, see if you have some follow-through behind that. These 688s, those puts. Let's see if we can take a look at that. There we go. Nice rejection there. Again, do we have enough fuel to start to slide? To slice and dice. Do we have enough fuel? Okay, see if you can hold below here. See if you can hold below here. I like how the VIX is starting to wake up. Okay, based off of that weekly 50% retrace, we're starting to reject. So do we have enough fuel off that 50% retrace for us to continue to get into these lows? If we can come back and retrace into this nice little box, I'll be there for that retest. Okay, if you took that rejection off of that 691.38, that's great. That rejection off that 691.38 is your runway. So for my traders who take the 5-minute orb, that's your runway. Break above a daily 50% retrace, that's your runway. We hit that exhaustion. Now we're starting to crack this support. Crack this support and see if the... See, I'm going to go a little further out here. I'll probably go to the 680... 688s. I'll go to 688. See if you can get a nice little... Oh, that was a nice little push up. See, you want one little push up. Nice little push up. If we can't get that entry, I'll look for that nice little compression on the VWAP and the waves. If you did take this, beautiful job. If you took the puts here, all right, beautiful job. That's a key level rejection. Weekly 50% retrace leads to that breakdown. So now, if you're looking for that orb, you're solving for that 5-minute orb to the downside. You're solving for, do we have enough fuel? Do we have enough fuel to break it? All right, and accelerate. All right, so if you're looking for the expansion, what you want to ensure doesn't take place is the opposite, which is just trampoline brick wall. Hopefully someone caught that there. AMD down 13%. First trade, Alejandro will wait for A+. Really enjoy adding to my winners after I lock in. That's a very, very smart thing to do. And great management of the TP. Hero. Understanding, having that chart awareness, trade IQ, to know that that key level is there and take those profits, because that can quickly evaporate. Wow, what a drop. We're back below weekly open. Everything's selling off. Synchronized selling here. Synchronized selling here. We're coming back at that orb. We're coming back at that orb. If you want to do that prior day close, just work on your entry model. The only thing we need to get through is you have to filter out 4. Okay, you have to filter out 4. This doesn't turn into a bounce, all right? So it doesn't turn into a double bottom. If you're in from all the way here, you're sitting back and relaxing. If you're able to take advantage of that tap quickly, you're sitting back and relaxing as well. So as we get to those levels, we want that continued acceleration at the downside. All right, continued acceleration at the downside across the board. Synchronized selling is mandatory. IV just continues to go, guys. IV continues to go. Okay, we can see buyer stepping in. All right, so that's why it's so important not just to short at support without having context. So we stepped in last time, and they're stepping in here. So like we said earlier, there's gonna be some contention here. There's gonna be some contention. All right, so the orb didn't trigger, but if you're trying to front run it, then of course you just get stopped out. So this might just look like a brick wall trampoline, guys. All right, support, resistance until proven otherwise. Okay, so you can come back into this territory. That was a nice bounce. All right, see if we can retrace reject off of that in the face of this massive push lower. 5 minutes away from ISM, so I'll probably just wait on my hands for the rest of the day. Not the rest of the day, until 10 o'clock for the next 5 minutes. All right, so nice retrace reject right there. So now do we have it? Do we have enough? Do we have enough? Okay. This is looking good to the downside. Even with ISM red folder, of course, anything can happen there. Best practice is to wait at this point, right? Because now you have 4 minutes for the move to take place that you're looking for. Right, so even if we're not taking this, it's just good to observe and know that, hey, you know what? Let it bounce, get that retrace reject, and then take that slide. If you're still waiting for the orb, you're still waiting. But just know that ISM is going to be right there. So ISM can either be the fuel we need, the bears need, to fall off a cliff even more. Okay. Qs are dumping here as well. That was a nice retrace reject. IV's 30 to 31%. Anyone catch that retrace reject? Five minute feels like the rest of the day. All right. So we did break structure. We came back, retrace, rejected there. Do we have enough fuel now to start the rock and roll? Do we have enough fuel? Everything is selling off here. Orb is officially triggered. Orb is triggered here. See if you can spend some time below it. Okay. ISM in 2 minutes. So does ISM lead to a dump? Okay. Does ISM lead to a dump, or does ISM give the bulls a relief bounce? This is a compound break. That's also the 15-minute orb as well. That's also the 15-minute orb. If you're a 15-minute orb, you can use that prior day close as your risk. At that 689.53. If you're waiting for that break and hold, you still have to wait. Just keep in mind that ISM is there. It could go either way. Does ISM lead to that pump? There we go. Or does it lead to a continued dump? So you can see those two areas, those high probability areas to get involved. That of course, that rejection there, and that rejection leads us to this break. We get that bounce, and that bounce leads to a nice retrace reject into the slice here. So now in this case, the 5-minute orb, 15-minute orb arm is getting compensated. You have about a minute and some change before ISM. If you're riding this, good job. Target is at 687.21. Target is at 687.21. That's the runway. So now we're in the jaws of that runway. ISM literally in 60 seconds. Beautiful drop, beautiful drop, beautiful drop. All right. ISM is about to drop here. Everything is selling off. All the indexes are on the same page to the downside. Everything's selling off, even the Dow. Retrace reject can present opportunity. I can be there for the retrace reject or the wave. The kind of entries I like are entry like here. This is the one that gives you the best seat. This one is still a good entry. You're still getting a nice move. Beautiful job if you took it. Beautiful, beautiful. ISM in 8 seconds. ISM in 8 seconds. Beautiful job. Orb Army. So that's the compound orb. Okay, so it looks like ISM wants to, let's see. Is it the fuel the bulls need or is it the fuel the bears need? At 15-minute looks as weak as can be. And what's going to be interesting is here. How do we interact with this level here? That's the 50% retrace of the month. Okay. So that's that initial runway. We're trading below VWAP. Looks like everything is selling off here. So if you recall, this morning, okay, this was the area to get activated from here to here. All right, similar. That's why it's so important to be in the pre-market prep show. All right, the pre-market prep, we cover all these things. So now it's just a matter of observing, and just waiting. If you're still holding runners despite ISM, you're laughing to the bank. If this can really slice through this, that's what can start to really accelerate. And we have that 685.71, which is that weekly, that yearly open. And now that inverse cup and handle starting to make sense, right? Inverse cup and handle on the higher time frame is making sense. How are we doing, strikers? How we doing? Beautiful job. If you keep those stops tight, right, eventually you'll make it back. You'll make it back and more. So far that's down about $2. So the folks waiting after 10 o'clock. All right, so now let's see if there's a relief bounce. We slice right through that relief bounce, a retracement back into a key level. And we're looking like we're headed back towards that weekly open, guys. That yearly open. So that from this morning, that inverse cup and handle, break below PML. All right, inverse cup and handle, break below PML played out beautifully. All right, so now we're not, if no buyer step in here, okay, then this would be significant. Because the inverse cup and handle, the pattern suggests, okay, we're going to slice through this and get here. Okay. Okay, see if we can reclaim this, start pushing back the upside. The first wave is there on the 1. Very, very shallow retracement. Don't chase. That's why it's so important not to chase here. See if a cohort of buyers start stepping in across all the indexes or if it's just SPY related. So the shallow is here. So what I mean by that is instead of buying those lows, right, just get a nice little pop and then a fade back lower. The technical retrace reject is that PML. So for PML retrace reject, I'm on board. If we can get all the way up there, do we have enough fuel? I'll be there. If we can come into the jaws of that wave and go 2 up, 2 down, can possibly take that as well. Yeah, there's still some selling left. Still some selling left. You can see. If it can't hold 687.21, yearly open is up for grabs. Yearly open up for grabs. Stopping here for today. Best to stop when you start feeling it's too easy. That's about the time the market decides 100%. 100%. And that's under an hour, Hero. So tremendous job. Right, tremendous job under an hour. That's the beautiful thing, 11%. Beautiful job, Gary. I'm assuming on that last little drop. That's shallow bounce. IV's increasing, 100%, guys. So you can see IVs are starting to crank up. It's a high stakes game. And we're moving $1.17 per 5-minute candle. 5-minute reversal. Back to is a 698.14 back to PML. So it's either you can take the 5-minute reversal if you're a reversal trader, or let it reverse. Try to reverse to get back to this territory and fade it back to downside. So I'll be in that camp here. We are testing that wave. Shallow retracement. Okay. This is our first little retracement. And we can break below those lows. Where's my drawing tool? I'm missing one drawing tool. All right. That's our first 1-minute bear flag. If we break back below 687.21, very shallow, might have to take it if everything holds up. Meaning we're still selling off on all the indexes and VIX is still going north. Okay, so this is a very shallow bounce. Okay, looking at the 686s. This would be healthy up here. A high stakes game here, guys. So use less size. I'll look to use less size here. High stakes game. Okay, signal 212 back to downside. Okay, if not, we'll let it continue to push. We're about to reverse on the 5. We're about to reverse on the 5 here. 2 down, 2 up, back the upside. Okay, VIX is starting to push lower. Okay, it looks like we're starting to reverse off of this 50% retrace. So no breakdown there for that shallow. Okay, now we're above that 5-minute hammer. Nice bounce there off that 5-minute hammer. Your room is all the way into 688.75, piece by piece. Piece by piece. VWAP is upcoming as well. VWAP is at that 689.41. 689.41. So that 5-minute reversal is taking place. If you take a look on the 5-minute here, gets above that 687.14. See if it's enough to get above PML. Or if we reject off PML. If we reject off PML, I'll be there for it. And invalidation marker is a reclaim. Let this 5-minute candle start clearing out. Some strong buying here. Let's at least get to half-life. If we can go 2 up, 2 down, back to downside. I'll be interested if it continues to push. There's nothing there. All right, the buyers are trying to establish control. Okay, reclaiming that PML based off of what? This 687.21. All right, just by waiting on that 5 minute, we got that nice little hammer here. And confirming that allows you to avoid any getting trapped in those shorts there. So there's no signs of that breakdown. You caught that. Beautiful job mixing. I know you like those hammers. Okay, VWAP is here now. So everything is going back to VWAP. So there's simultaneous test of VWAP across all the indexes. Simultaneous. We got the Qs at VWAP. We got the Dow at VWAP. We have IWM at VWAP. We have SPY at VWAP approaching 689.40. 689.40. Let's take a look at the 5. If we can get back below PML, all of them can fail to hold VWAP. I'll look to take it to the downside. Just confirming, I want to see some selling pressure come in. If they want to reclaim it, try to push it back to weekly open. That's fine. But I want to get some price action combinations. Being a little more diligent, it's a high stakes game, especially for those contracts. Okay. See if you get that breakdown back below PML. Okay, see I can take it there. Okay, couldn't get filled there. Okay, filled. So I'm in there. See if that continue to push lower. I'm in the 688s. Couple points out the money. Now what I need is this to break down. Okay, see if that continue to follow through to the downside. That'd be great. If you did take this, manage accordingly, TP where you need to. I'll use that VWAP, the VWAP across all the indexes as my risk. We're starting to see more buying here, down 10, down 12. If we get above that weekly open, I'll close out. If we get above 689.58, I'll close out. And we claim that VWAP, that'll be my risk. So last line of sand, about to get stopped out, down 11. We'll give it a little bit of time. Did see 6-7%. Okay. Want to let the selling pressure come in. The Dow did reclaim VWAP there. Down 10, down 11. If we close above 689.58, that's my stop out. I'll get stopped out. The Qs are looking to reclaim VWAP as well. So a lot of buying pressure coming in here. So see if we can get stifled at those highs right there. So no close up here. Get that close. I'll get stopped out. Don't get that close. Get that nice little drop. That'd be great. Okay, there we go. Go, go, go. Need aggression behind that. Okay, up 3. Go, go, go. Okay, there we go. If you did take this, manage accordingly, TP where you need to. Okay, there we go. Need some follow through on this next candle. So now don't reclaim this territory here. Start to go. Start to go to the downside. I like how the Qs are rejecting that VWAP. A lot of back and forth here. All right, so the risk is allocated. So no close above here. If you did TP on the last one, or close a position, or if you got stopped out, if it's allocated, that's fine. A lot of movement here. Buyers are really fighting here. So no close above 689.58. See if you get one more drop. I don't want to close back above VWAP on the Qs. That's what I'm primarily paying attention to. All right, more than likely, if the Qs get back above VWAP, SPY gets back above VWAP, we get back above weekly open, this thing starts to accelerate. That's what the fight is over here. Okay, let's see if we got that nice little drop. Okay, go, go, go. Go, go, go. Get some follow through. Contracts are moving. Get some follow through. If you did TP already, that's fine as well. I'm just trying to let this play out. Didn't see double digits yet. See if you can hold for the next 30 seconds. And that 5-minute candle comes in and goes shooter. That's our best bet, right? That's the best bet here. And then we get that full on breakdown or that reclaim. A lot of back and forth here. See if that can turn to a shooter. The next 8 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. 10-15 candle here. So we need this to start rocking and rolling. Again, my risk is up here. No close above here. That's about 15%. Did see green a couple of times. See, you get one more push to the downside. Where are you, sellers? A lot of buyers there, a lot of contention. Down 7. So this inside candle is going to be critical. We break above these highs, we continue. We break below these lows, we potentially push back the downside. Okay. Look at this. We've just been stuck there. That's crushing premium there. That's eating up a lot of premium. So this thing needs to start going. Look at this, guys. Just a complete standstill. Ideally, I don't like to be in that position where we're in that standstill. Right? But I do like where we are. Risk is allocated. So you get one more push below PML. One more push below PML. So what are we thinking here, guys? Do we continue to drop or do we get back above those highs? My goodness. A lot of back and forth here. Down 10. So I'll give it about 15%. I know where my risk is. This thing needs to start to move. Okay, now start to slide. Or we can start to slide. That'd be great. Need to take out 688.45. Take out 688.45. We can be back in business. Okay. Okay, go. Okay. Go. Can't really get some follow through here. Need some follow through. Again, TP where you need to. Manage accordingly where you need to. If you're stopped out, whatever the case may be. If you're not in the trade, just sit back and watch. Still in the position. Need that continued push. From follow through would be great, like how the VIX is waking up. Okay, like how the VIX is waking up here. Follow through would be great. We need to take out those lows. This yellow candle needs to turn orange. This yellow candle needs to turn orange. That would help the case. Another back and forth. We'll see. The Qs are inside as well. So the Qs inside, if they can break those lows, that'd be great. Get some follow through here. Go. Go. Up 7, up 8. Take some off right there at 8. Okay, pay for my time. Now see if I can start to push lower. See if we get some follow through here. So in this case, no close back above here. No close back above these highs. Okay, took some off at 8. See if the runners can start to run. Go. Taking forever. I had to take some off at 8. I was sitting through a lot in that area for a long time. So we need to get compensated for our time. See, the runners can start to go. Okay, go, go, go. Get that nice drop. We are direction on the 5 here. New 5-minute candle coming up in 20 seconds. New 5-minute candle coming in 20 seconds. So this 5-minute candle, all right, if we can close below the 5-minute candle's lows, that'd be great. We are below VWAP. We are below PML. My line in the sand is up here. No close above 689.15. See if you get one more push. Okay, I'll close it right there. I'll close right there. The last runner's there. I'll close right there. So did get a nice little drop. Couldn't get any follow through. If it falls back below it, I can re-engage. All right, but don't want to sit through any more back and forth. Okay, so I did take profits at 8 and then stopped out of the rest. But what I don't want to do is I don't want to sit through the back and forth. All right, and continue to not take those profits. A couple, whatever it's giving me. All right, it gave me single digits a few times, but didn't take it. I'll take it the third time. All right, so if after this back and forth is concluded, if it slides to the downside, I'll be back on board. All right, but I don't want to pay the tax of holding the position through the back and forth. If that makes sense. All right, so first trade for the puts, a little back and forth here. We're about 9 minutes away. Of course, these two were much cleaner. I wanted to even get that swift move to the downside. Couldn't get that swift move. No longer in the position there. My NC was violated. And the Bulls are looking to make a move, guys. Nice move off of those lows. This is fueled off of that 50% retrace. So once we got that 50% retrace on the monthly, we got that bounce. Now we're coming to this territory where it's critical. If we can get back above this PML, get back above that weekly open, right, then a potential continued push can open up. Reclaim above that VWAP can open up as well. The Qs are above VWAP. So what I'm looking for in this case, all right, is this continued drop. Did it continue to drop? No. But still was able to take something out of the exchange. All right, so it was very important not to fall in love with trying to take it all the way. And this stop loss, okay, is that rejection what leads us lower? If it is, I'll be there for it. I don't mind re-engaging. I don't mind re-engaging. Keep in mind, guys, IV's at 31%. So I did decide to go a little further out, see if we can get a shooter on the 5. If we can get a shooter on the 5, shooter across the board, I'd be on board. IW, I'm starting to fall off a cliff. Okay. The Dow's the only one above VWAP. We're right at that 15-minute orb as well. 5-minute orb compound. So do we have enough fuel off of this to slide one more time? If we do, I'll reallocate risk. Okay, I'll reallocate risk. I want that 5-minute candle to close though. So you get to close that 5-minute candle. A lot of back and forth here. So this back and forth, okay, it crushes the premium. So I'm going to do my due diligence to ensure I remain patient and wait for that shooter. Because just like this, you see that? If you try to go in, front run, this kind of candle comes up. So a lot of back and forth, high stakes game. If you're able to take advantage at any point, keep it clean. Nice reclaim of that VWAP now. We're back above that weekly open. Okay, we're back above that weekly open. Can we stay above it? If we can, that daily open is next. That daily open is next. How are we doing, guys? How are we doing? Okay. Already reclaimed on EMA, test that 21. If it reclaims to back the view up, absolutely. The roller coaster makes me... yeah, that was a roller coaster. All right. Roller coaster. I was in a call the whole time. You were in a put. Up 17 now. Good, good, good. I'm up $40 for the day. Good, good, good. Calls. Beautiful job. Right. So I have to respect that the buyers are starting to fuel up. And that line in the sand was that weekly open. We're back above weekly open. We're starting to see the VWAP. All the indexes trying to get back above VWAP. The Qs are back above it. SPY's back above it. So this 50% retrace, so make note of that. Keep that 681, 687.21 marked out on your charts for the rest of the week. All right. If we somehow, someway get back to that territory, it can be a nice idea off that level. Okay, so now that breakdown below PML took place, right? But it's very important that we're in that bounce zone. So we get fuel off of that bounce zone. So that's why I'm kind of seeing if there's one more push lower, not discounting where we're coming from. And then it continues to accelerate, I'm no longer there. We're not mirroring the position, guys. Okay, we're not mirroring the position and having that bias for the whole day. So nice step in for that bounce for the bulls. And look at that continued push. So beautiful job, Lynn. Anyone play that bounce? Bounce zone, whether that's a 50% retrace, a remnant of the bounce, maybe I continue to push higher. Maybe you're looking for that reclaim with PML. You sat through a little bit of a roller coaster, but it's paying off. Reclaim with that 689, 68, 58, which is that weekly open. And now we're back to being green on the day. So very minimal signs of like a compression breakdown. Just this is a V-shape push. Okay, so I'm going to wait the second shift to see how we interact with those highs and those lows to get a good gauge of what kind of activity we can see. If you are able to extract profit in these conditions, guys, congratulations. Not easy at all, okay? This was clean. This breakdown was clean. This rejection was clean. This retrace was clean. You were kind of sitting in front of a moving train here for that reclaim. Worked in your favor if you knew what your risk was. I participated here. Couldn't get that full move, but still was able to extract some profits out of it. So second shift, we'll look for more setups. First shift, we haven't had a magnet day in quite some time. I'm not sure when our last magnet day was. I don't recall a magnet day for the past 3 to 5 days. That was intense, right? Especially here. So a lot of the traders on our team, folks on YouTube, some were in puts here, some were in calls there. So who is intense on both sides? But again, if you manage risk accordingly, right, you should be okay, or you will be okay. Just know where, define the risk first. Before you can manage risk, the risk has to be defined. Right? The reason why I'm able to sit in this position, right, is because my risk is defined. So I had a chance to take high single digits here, high single digits there a few times, opted not to take it to see if there's some more room to the downside. The last time it gave me that opportunity, all right, I had to make the market pay, okay, for my time. Even though I'm not getting double digits like I like, I'll take that 8%. I have to make it pay for my time because I sat through a lot. And then if the runner gets stopped, that's okay. If it continues, that's okay. That's ideal. But if it gets stopped, at least profits were shaven. Okay. Again, the IV, 30%. ATR, $1.27. This is a massive ATR. Okay, so let's see if we get back into play here. If we fall back below weekly open. All right, let's see if we get fall back. Is this a peekaboo above VWAP? Is this a peekaboo above VWAP? They trap all the bulls above VWAP. Rejection off POC. Back the downside. See if you get a shooter on the 5. So this entry here, I didn't get the 5-minute confirmation. Excuse me. This was just a 1-minute combo. Okay, so second shift is upon us. First shift, let us know how you did. If you're green, if you're yellow, how many trades you took. Just took one trade. Didn't take these trades. ISM was there, but beautiful setup. These are all off key levels, retrace, reject. We talked and walked through those, and we took the puts here. Okay, so first shift is officially in the books. Folks on YouTube, make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. Make sure to subscribe if you're green. Okay, if you're green up until now, all right, just know you're able to navigate conditions that are very volatile. The IVs is 2x the HV. And look at our ATR, 5 minutes. All right, $1.27, $1.22. Okay, so you can be done. All right, keep in mind tomorrow's Thursday, and then we have Friday. So you're fighting for the week. There's a critical time. So if you're green up until now in the week, even from yesterday, if you size down today, that's a good move. All right, we're playing the long game. So going into second shift, I'm going to pay attention to those highs and those lows. If we just get very sticky to this territory, these areas, I'll just sit on my hands. All right, there's no sense in just trading. All right, we have to wait for quality. Okay, folks on YouTube, make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. Help us get to 28 subs if we haven't gotten there already. Our goal is 3K subs by the end of the month. I'm going to need your help to get there. If you're interested in joining our community, the links are provided in the description. We have the link pinned in the chat. You get access to the delay-free, ad-free stream and a whole ton of other things you can really capitalize off of. All right, so educational tools. Okay, nice little break below that shooter there. See if you get that continued follow through. So does this repeat? Does this same thing repeat? If it gets below that PML, I'll be there. If it gets below PML and conditions align, I'll be there. All right, so basically re-engaging in the same setup, but didn't have to sit through the back and forth. All right. All right, sometimes if you love it, you got to let it go. And if it loves you, it comes back. Okay. See if you get that nice little push back to downside. If we can, I'll be there based on that interaction with that 50% retrace on that daily. So 50% retraces have been the name of the game. 50% retrace reject on that daily. 50% weekly retrace reject. 50% retrace on the monthly. So today has been the 50-50-50. So when you close your eyes and try to visualize where we are, all right, so we're near the 50% retrace of the monthly, of the daily, and the weekly. So we're in the middle, we're in the middle of the middle of the middle. Okay, so it's an inside day. So this is choppy. It doesn't look choppy because of the ATR. We're moving a lot, right? So it's deceiving. It looks like we're expanding, but we're actually not expanding. Okay, there's actually chopping. So don't be deceived. All right, so again, if you're interested in joining our community, that's all available. And folks on YouTube, take a look at this video that goes over all the features of our community.
Tired of wasting hours staring at charts, over-analyzing trades, and still ending the day with inconsistent results? You're not alone. That's exactly why the Spy Strikers Trading Mentorship Discord community was created. Here, you can trade just one ticker for 1 hour and make strides towards consistent results. Join the Spy Strikers community and get daily live trading, clear pre-market game plans with key levels and high-probability buy and sell zones, over 4 hours of delay-free, ad-free live trading and training, plus high-win rate trade alerts, automated technicals that simplify charts, and full access to my strategies and indicators. This isn't a signal service. It's a community focused on process over profits, giving you all the resources, guidance, and training to help you succeed. You'll also get a full watch list, 1,500 plus hours of live trading videos, courses, an educational library, ebooks, and dedicated support. Stop guessing. Start trading with confidence. Become a Spy Striker today, and take your trading to the next level.
Okay, we're back. Anyone take that breakdown? If you took that breakdown, beautiful job. We're back below it. Just a little late on that entry. All right. But again, reestablishes itself. See if I can get a retrace reject off of it for the second attempt. This time it looks a little better. Everything is selling off aggressively. Okay, see if you get that nice retrace reject off it. If you have an entry here, you're comfortable. If your entry is here, before I took the ad break, if your entry is there, right, you're comfortable. You can target that 687.21. Okay. If you have that 5-minute shooter entry, 689.53 is your way to go. See if you get a nice little bounce off of it and get that nice little retracement. That was beautiful. One little bounce, one little pop. And get one little pop. One little pop. Get one little pop. Just one little one. The Qs are dumping. Everything's dumping here. Right. If you took that, tremendous job. IV is just increasing, guys. IV continues to go up. Man, that was a beautiful setup. Starting to get a little FOMO. Little FOMO. 100% IWM puts. Beautiful job, Turbo. That's nice. So that London session 3 p.m. is nice. It's nice for you there. What a drop. So this is the kind of setup you want to take advantage of. All right, hopefully someone caught that to reduce my FOMO a little bit. Okay, that was a good setup. Don't want to let a good setup go to waste. IW, good night. So this was a peekaboo above VWAP, okay? Peekaboo above VWAP. Everyone wants to go long above VWAP. Adios. Okay, goes shooter, goes the opposite way. Beautiful job, Firefly. Again, TP where you need to, manage it accordingly. I took that breakdown. Beautiful job mixing. So you can see we got that climb up, breakdown. Climb up, breakdown. So with those two climbs, we got a high up here, we got a high up here, we got a low there, we got a low there. So let's see if this is a price's attempt to make a lower low. It might not just be one swift move, but it will gradually start to gravitate towards that territory. That 5-minute candle has been great. All right, 5-minute candle reads. All right. Shooter, hammer. If you use the 5. 15-minute candle, dead cat bounce. 15-minute candle, dead cat bounce. Let's get the likes up on YouTube, guys. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to like. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Long-time viewers, take the next steps. You don't want to miss the action. Like this last idea there. If we can get to 50 likes, before 11:30, we'll do a giveaway. And what key level are we coming into? So this is the runway between here and here. So if I'm taking this breakdown, all right, by the time we get to that territory, maybe I'm down to runner after taking majority off. Because look at this. My goodness, guys. The market woke up today and chose violence. This price action, this is angry price action. All right, the market is moving with vengeance. All right, very vengeful. All right, too much money was made yesterday. Too much money was made. So the market needs to take some of that money back. So it comes right into that territory and bounces. So if you did your work in first shift and you're done, you're just sitting back and watching. You're not concerning yourself too much with what takes place with second shift activities. Okay, you're not concerned with second shift activities outside of observing. So you see the power of the key levels of 50% retraces. Okay, stopped out there. So 2 stop outs. Good management, good risk management. Anyone else? Today's going to be predicated on how well you, how good of an entry you get, and when you're in, how you manage a trade. Right. So this one, if you take this, you can be green, 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 right? And if you don't take profit, and then boom, you blink, and you're red. Right. So trade management today is being put to the test. Patience is being put to the test. Okay. Now, so I'm going to wait for the first shift high, first shift low. If we stay inside for the remainder of the time, that's fine. That is fine. If you zoom out to the daily time frame, what kind of candle we got, guys? Inside candle. Let's take a look at what's going on across the board. The one thing is, bigger picture, we are at the bottom. We can be at exhaustion. We're at the bottom of that channel. Bigger picture. So this does not particularly apply to zeros. Bigger picture, further dated line of thinking. If you're thinking in hourly chunks, that hourly candle can be possibly going hammer. Okay? All right, is at the support of that channel. As far as that weekly downside breaker, we're directional to the week. We already know that. We got a nice little retrace reject there. This is the breakdown that we were discussing in the pre-market. You got that full breakdown. So coming into the day, it was already kind of breaking down, and then we had fuel off of it to really break down. So SPY, hourly time frame, if we can make a nice hammer there, it can be hourly reversal brewing if we can hold that territory. And we can give it all the way to that monthly downside breaker. If we violate that monthly downside breaker, okay, bad news for bulls, good news for bears. Same thing with the Qs. Qs, right? Could be at exhaustion. Sellers can be exhausted here. Trend line as well. Bottom of the broadening formation. All right. Same thing. Can we get a hammer and continue to push? Bigger picture line of thinking. All right. So this is further dated, bigger picture, higher time frame, higher intraday time frame line of thinking. Okay. And where do we want to gravitate towards? A couple of areas. Of course, back to here. And then if you can get above there, back to here. And then if you can get above there, back to here. So it's not going to be in just one flush move. This might take multiple days to do so. The hourly candle, for it to play out, it might take multiple days. All right. So what's the fine line in the sand? Monthly downside breaker. Same thing as SPY. As far as where the Dow is going, the Dow already made all-time highs. Right? It's at resistance, made all-time highs. All right. The Dow's kind of doing its own thing. IW is in a different kind of channel, unlike SPY and the Qs, is in a bullish channel and is right in the heart of that channel. So it's not at support, it's not at resistance, and in the middle of the channel, and at the same time testing that 250 EMA. Okay, so same thing. As far as Bitcoin is concerned, okay, Bitcoin not looking good. Okay, continues to push. If Bitcoin falls below 71K, that opens the door up. Bitcoin is down more than 40%. So this is a bear crypto winner. As far as gold, gold made that nice little push up. So gold needs to hold this territory up here. That's 50% retrace of the month. All right, so we need to hold that territory there. Buyers need to step up in this territory to really protect it. Okay, bad news for gold would be a complete, we've seen this multiple times, push lower. All right, so there's a good chance buyers right now can try to protect this territory between 49.43 and 49.70. VIX is starting to wake up. It's at that 19. Crude is potentially flagging here. Okay, potentially flagging. All right, potentially flagging there on crude. Okay, we had this period of accumulation here. Okay, we're kind of just chop, 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 chop. We expand. Now we're starting to go downward compression. Somewhat of a flag there. Where's the resistance on crude? It is trading above that 60 psychological level. It did get it to 65. Got to 65 on Friday. Okay, right at that 50% retrace the weekly. So crude does look bullish here. So crude related names, energy names, can see a nice push possibly. SPY continues to chop around. If SPY continues to chop around, I'm gonna let it chop on its own. There's nothing for me to do. All right, so I'm not gonna play the chop game when IV's 30%, ATR's $1.37. Okay, that favors, even though you have good setups, that favors the market winning. The conditions are not favorable. All right, so this is some days you're going to get different elements of your trading are going to get tested. Patience, sometimes your ability to manage your position, sometimes it's your ability to be disciplined. If you do get stopped out, not to overtrade or not to get back what you lost, because these conditions, they will try to appeal to you to come back in. All right, it's days like this that when you look back, you say, especially if you're in the red, you say, only if I took half the loss I took, I'd be fine on the month. All right, so if you did get stopped out, if you did get chopped up, all right, don't let that small spark turn into a forest fire. Okay, let it be a spark. Okay. All right. So we took one trade. So the one trade that we did take, we got chopped up a little bit, single digit TP, stopped on a runner. The ones that we did break down, okay, those were better than the ones we took. The one I took, just one trade. And if it means taking one trade, I'm okay with that too as well. Okay, I'm protecting the weak, or I'll look elsewhere. Okay. Speaking of looking elsewhere, let's take a look at what some of our friends are doing. Okay, so AMD. Good night. All right, so when AMD's tumbling and falling, things can get interesting in this territory here. All right, and between, we'll catch AMD one of these days, 194 and 203. All right, that is support. Okay, so let the IV and everything cool off on AMD. MU down 7%. Look at that. Slice right through shallow. This probably has to do with earnings. All right, sympathy from AMD's earnings impacts this as well. So MU, this is probably our first back-to-back days of selling. Right, back-to-back days, 3 days of selling we saw in MU. So 1 day of selling, another day of selling. So back-to-back, yeah. So 2 of the 3 days was aggressive selling on MU. So again, all the positions, we talked about it yesterday. Go back and watch yesterday's episode to do a quick measure, okay? I dropped a gem in there to see if you have a good entry price on a particular name at any given time. All right, so MU's highs are 457. If you're buying MU at 450, okay, that's way too close to those highs. All right, if you're in MU before 2026, or if you entered MU the very last day of 2025, okay, You're at 295. So let's just say you're under 300. So 2026 was the run up. So now where is MU off those all-time highs? Okay, 15%. So in this territory here, that's about 16% to 17%. This territory here, 20% to maybe 25%. This shallow territory here is sliced right through it, minimal regard. Oh, Robinhood. We talked about Robinhood this morning as well in the pre-market. Good night. Okay. Tesla. Tesla's fallen off a cliff as well. Nvidia. Good night, Nvidia. Palantir. Okay. Palantir. Good night as well. Palantir had the earnings. Okay. Look at this. Beat earnings. Got an earnings pump. Came into resistance. Chopped around yesterday. Inside. Breaks down. Good night. See if you can reclaim and get back into the jobs of this zone. Google. Pulling back off that resistance. Google is now testing this support, trendline support. Broadcom. So semiconductors are really taking a hit, guys. Semis are really taking a hit. Amazon. Amazon has been range bound for some time. We have a symmetrical triangle brewing. Support, resistance. We have something in the middle here. JPM holding up. Meta. Good night. Right off that rejection that territory. So if you decide to swing that, if you decide to go further dated, Netflix finally back above 80. Okay, I'll keep a close eye on Netflix. Okay, going to next week. Walmart. Okay, this was alerted in the Discord. Apple. Shout out to Floyd. Floyd called out Apple this morning. Up 2%. Apple does its own thing. Okay, so Apple for the past 3 years has been doing its own thing. And marches to the beat of its own drum. Although it has a sizable allocation in the Qs and SPY, it does its own thing. Lilly, 10%. Lilly is due for a split. All right. Was there any mentions of a split in the earnings call? I didn't listen to the earnings call, so maybe they're due for a split. Because if they split, this automatically brings more volume, more attention to the name, and becomes tradable. All right. You lose nothing by splitting. You get more trade volume. Starbucks. Right? Nice caffeine jolt. Disney. Floyd was on the money this morning. Right? He called out 3 names. Right? Disney. Apple puts, Disney calls, Intel calls. So Disney, nice push. Coming to resistance. Microsoft. Is Microsoft, when is it going to come back to life? Let's zoom out to the 4 hour real quick on Microsoft, just to give you some context. So Microsoft, off of its all-time highs, Microsoft is a behemoth of a company. 27%. So 5 years from now, all right, when you start thinking long-term, do you think Microsoft is going to be 415? Do you think it's going to be above 415 or below 415? If it's above 415, to what extent? If it's below 415, to what extent? 3 to 5 years from now. So this is a buy opportunity at Microsoft. Right? All right, 27% off. Biggest company. Do your due diligence, of course. Dive into the technicals. 5 years from now, do you think Microsoft is going to be 415? Or do you think it's going to be 1,000? ExxonMobil. This was gone from yesterday. That was we talked about it yesterday. Some other names, XLV's in the lead. Real estate is actually up. XLB Materials. Everything else is red. SMA's taking the biggest hit. Our full watch list, SMCI, AMC, Dow, Amgen, NetApp, Nike. Is Nike back? Is Nike back? All right, so on Nike, big picture. What pattern do we see here, guys? Can anyone see a pattern here? So obviously Nike has been selling off for multiple years. Does anyone see a pattern here? Clue, reversal pattern. Or a pattern brewing on Nike. Put in the chat. We'll get back to SPY here shortly. SPY is not doing much. All right, so I go to these different tickers so to make sure you're not overly focused on SPY and start clicking buttons and kind of divert your attention away and get back to it when it's doing something. Anyone see a pattern? Any patterns here? So we got something here. We got something here. We got something here. And those somethings, we got a low here. We got a low here. We got a low here. So we got our lower low and then finally a higher low. So this is inverse head and shoulder on Nike. And it's basically blasting off that right shoulder. So now, where's the neckline? Neckline is in this territory up here. You can draw, some people might draw it here. Depends. Some elements of charting is subjective. Okay? Neckline can be even something on a lower time frame. All right, but bigger picture, 4 hour, we're starting to go inverse head and shoulder on Nike. So the way I would view it is, I want to see if we can hold that 65. Simple psychological level, chart pattern brewing. See if you can get above 65. Right? Because if you zoom out on Nike, it has a lot of work to do. All right, so if at least it can put you in position. All right, good seat coming into resistance. So Nike, that 65 on Nike is going to be critical. Fueled off the right shoulder. And that happens to be where that resistance is as well. So potential breakout on Nike brewing. Right, maybe going into the middle of this month, maybe the end of Q1. It's not on the radar yet. It's not on the radar yet. Right. It's not on the weekly radar yet. Right. This weekly candle needs to close. If this weekly candle can close on Nike, goes hammer, something there. Monthly candle, not on the radar yet. It's brewing. Quarterly candle, it's inside. Yearly candle, inside. All right, so maybe some signs of life on Nike on the daily candle. Okay, right shoulder as well, very apparent. All right, so keep a close eye there. Now that's a quick rundown of what's going on across the board, and let's go back to SPY. Where did my levels go? Oh, there we go. Phew. Back to SPY. So SPY not doing much. Let's take a look at the 5 minute. Few questions here. Do we see 3 consecutive candles of buying or selling? 3, 3. Have we seen 3 since then? No. Are we expanding or tightening? Tightening. Okay, so no follow through. Okay, we're making a checklist. No follow through in the moves. We're tightening. And now, where are we in relation to prior day? In the heart of prior day. And prior day is not just a regular prior day. This is an outlier type of day. Okay, so yesterday, that bounce came right in that territory. So at minimum, we need to let this symmetrical triangle. Okay, we need to get out of that symmetrical triangle. So we continue to tighten. So low probability conditions, scalpers, of course, scalpers, you can take advantage of this. My scalpers, but overall, look at this on the one. Give us a good read. Algos are in control, and these algos are literally moving with vengeance, looking to seek and destroy. They're now friendly today. They were friendly prior to ISM. Nice friendly move there. A little bit of a friendly move there, and an aggressive move there. So where am I going to exist? At minimum, on the outskirts. All right, if they want to play the trap game, if they want to play the grab game, I'll be on the outskirts. Okay. So all of our traders are seeing the same thing. All right, JB posts that symmetrical triangle. You can see hero, symmetrical triangle. Right? And we can see here, symmetrical triangle. We line those things up on the 1 minute time frame. So in this case, sitting on your hands is the setup. No drawdown. 100% win rate. AMD, yeah, so it's not only me. So a lot of people are having issues. My issues with AMD are from many years ago. All right, so I'm on the same page mixing with AMD. Let's get the likes up on YouTube, guys. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. We're going to run the stream until 11:30, 12. And we'll continue to stream in the private Discord. All right, so we'll give you about 2 hours. And then we'll go into the private Discord. We'll take any questions, chat requests. We'll discuss any ideas that I do see. I'll bring it to your attention and take it from there. Do we have the president speaking today? Let's see. Let's make sure. If we do have any catalysts, FOMC, president speaking, will we extend the stream? Let's see if we can get to 2,800 subs. Okay, we're almost there, guys. We're 2 subs away. Let's get to 2,800 subs. Okay, we're starting to break. Starting to break here. Let the IV at least cool off. So 58% of you are still bullish, 29% of you are bearish, and 12% of you are kangaroo, choppy. So this, in my opinion, is kangaroo. All right, just we're hopping up and down. If we can get, again, 50 likes to the threshold, we'll do the giveaway. MSTR. Yeah, MSTR. There's so many characters online, guys, that you have to be very, very careful. That have people convinced to sell everything. Sell everything and buy Bitcoin. Right? And just imagine. If you sell everything, you listen to someone, you don't do your research, and you buy Bitcoin, at any point, basically off of those, any point above 100K, if you've never been through crypto winners, you're gonna be pressured to sell out of your position. All right? You're gonna be pressured. If you can withstand the crypto winter, all right, if you can hibernate during the winter and just collect coins, it's a different story, Right? That's why it's so important to do your due diligence at all times. All right? You do your due diligence at all times. Okay, we're starting to break down nicely here. First shift lows coming up. Okay, we're starting to see some selling pressure on the Qs as well. Okay, nice little slice and dice. This has to do with the retrace reject of that PML. Right, but look how violent it's been. So second one works. Third one works. See if we can continue to push below that 50% retrace on a month. There's a lot of buyers that are hanging out there, and they're willing to protect. Okay, if we can get a nice grab here, that's where I look to engage. That's where I look to engage. We're moving $1.33, so our ATR is going north. It usually goes down, but it's going up. IV is still the same or inching a little higher. It's 32 and 31. Take it easy, Gary. Inverse head and shoulder, 100%. So Nike might be worth taking a look at. And Nike is just it's a branding and leadership issue. Leadership issue, and the Nike is just. I think of it like this: Nike's a company. Nike is think Nike's like a trust fund baby. Okay, just living off the glory of someone else and not innovating. So that's the issue Nike has. All right, Nike's heyday, Michael Jordan. If it wasn't for the Jordan brand, Nike would not be the company it is. Right, so they're just continue to do the releases. You can only do that so many times. And of course, I believe they signed Steph Curry as well. But you're signing Steph Curry when he's near the exit. Of course, LeBron's going to retire as well. So their whole brand is basically star driven. And just letting the life cycle of that individual star 2x, 3x, 10x, 100x the company during the duration of that individual star's career. They haven't really created anything. Right? They can step into so many cool things if they have the right leadership. Nike should be all over fitness watches, AR, technology, so many things they can be taken advantage of. Smart clothing. All right? And that's a leadership issue. All right, they just get to count the billions. Jordan built the brand. And keep in mind, Jordan hasn't dribbled a ball since, minus the Wizards at time, since the late 90s. If you remove the Jordan brand out of Nike's ecosystem, where is Nike? Or what is Nike? All right, so for Nike, from a technical standpoint, of course, it's an opportunity. But bigger picture, fundamental standpoint, company standpoint, right? It might be at a crisis. All right, and these smaller brands are coming up and chipping away at their market share. Okay, chipping away at their market share. So nice retrace reject off that 687.21. And now guess what? LeBron's about to retire. Right? So Nike, some sort of collaboration, licensing deal, or something technology-wise. They got to get in there. See if we can grab those lows. Technical standpoint, Nike does present a nice little opportunity. Just keep an eye on it. Keep a close eye. Okay, see if we can grab those lows. Is Ronaldo a Nike? Is he a Nike athlete? Ronaldo. I'm not sure how they are on the soccer side of things. He's about to retire too, I think, or retired already. The thing in soccer is when you are kind of out of your prime and you're on decline, you still have value for the smaller clubs, right? Kind of, and you can still play in the smaller clubs. Some other leagues, you can't. It's either, especially if you're a superstar in the NBA, you play for the NBA. You're not going to play in China. So I wouldn't be surprised if the MLS tries to get Ronaldo for at least a season or two. Look at that. Just few pennies away from that grab. So we can see the algorithms, the kind of game they're playing. We can clearly see the game the algorithms are playing, so it's in your best interest to stay beside those lows and highs and stay out the way. Just pennies away from that grab. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Ronaldo comes to the MLS. All right, for at least a season. That would be huge. You're probably going to have to cough up $300, $400 million, but that'd be huge. The same thing they did with Messi. When Messi came over. It really started with Beckham, when he went to Galaxy, and he kind of, and I think they gave him ownership stake as well to come play, because that's a great way for the MLS to build itself up. You're not going to get the biggest players. You're not going to get the biggest stars. But you can get them on the way out and draw eyeballs to the game. Okay, let's see if we can get a nice little hammer on the 15. 15 minutes, starting to hammer there. We have about 1 minute left until that 15-minute candle. Nice little bounce, buyer step in, reclaim of 687.50. We're very sensitive to this territory here, that 50% retrace the monthly. A lot of monthly buyers want to pick it up there. We're still, all the indexes trading below VWAP. See if that continue push towards it. If we start chopping around, grab a lows and highs would be the best way, or find the magnet and from magnet to the outside. So inside out, outside in type of setups will be the best way to approach today's action. Best way to approach today's action. So far, just one trade. For a scalp there. Was able to take advantage of it. Couldn't get that full breakdown. That's been pretty much it. And if that ends up being the only trade, that's okay. There's always tomorrow. Kind of retesting this territory here. That's support. We're just chopping around, guys, chopping around. So it's in the bull's best interest to keep this candle inside, like we talked about in the pre-market, right? So if you're bullish, right, see if the bulls can keep this candle inside. All right, see if they can keep it between that 684.03 and that 696.96. Yeah, 696.96. Okay. So going into tomorrow, we can have another inside day. And recently, the past 3 inside days that we've seen, we saw nice expansions off of the prior day's range. All right. So there's still a lot of time. There's still tons of time for us to become directional, but that's something to keep in mind for the remainder of the day. All right. This just might be an inside day. We chop around. It's very hard for us to really take back ground on either end of this massive range. All right, massive range to the downside. Okay. We're in that bounce zone. See if we can. Every time we come to that bounce zone, we bounce. So how are we doing so far, folks, on YouTube? My traders on YouTube, how are we doing so far? Okay, see if we get back below that level. If we do grab these lows, we're probably going to be diverging as well. Some level of divergence. So in this case, if we slice right through that level with minimal hesitation, all right, with minimal regard, that's okay. I'll let it slice. And if it does slice it, no buyer step in. We might get a nice little bounce off that yearly open, which we can consider as well. And then we can potentially get that reclaim. Okay. So I'm in no rush to start jumping in. So we're going to have to try to be as accurate as possible. Accuracy is going to be key. Execution is going to be key. The yearly open is 685.79. 685.71. Okay. Why does it have 2 digits there? Okay. That's about, to give you some context, that's about 80 cents apart. Right? 80 cents apart. Depending on where your contracts are, that can be up to 50 bucks, depending on your delta per contract. Close to it. That's almost $1. Okay. We're back at this territory. The last 2 times we came here, we did see buyers take it back up. But we got under it and we reclaimed. So in this case, if we can come grab this and come into this territory and reclaim it, that's when the contracts can really start to go. Okay? They can really start to go. See if you get a nice push. Nice push back up. Okay, dump, dump, dump. Nice retrace, reject. Everything is dumping. IW is dumping as well. If you're done for the day, put done in the chat. If you're done for the day, put done in the chat. I'm going to go a little further data here. I'm looking at the 689s. About $100. Come grab it. Come grab it. New 5-minute candle here. New 5-minute. Again, once so close to that grab. If you took an early entry, what you're looking for is the reclaim of 687.21. Another reclaim, somewhat of a double bottom. I'm going to wait for that grab. Okay. So you get one more rejection off of that and then start to drop. If we get a reclaim, it's out of there. So be it. That just goes to show us how sensitive that territory is. We're 9 minutes away from the conclusion of second shift. 9 minutes away. All the indexes did sell off. They're near their lows of the day. So the Qs, SPY, and IW are near the lows of the day. The Dow still not near its lows of the day. So Dow has the most amount of strength. So see if we can grab that. VIX is trying to get above 19. VIX is trying to peak above 19. If we can start to stall at 19, that'd be great. Okay, see if buyers start stepping in. We're getting continuation on the 5. If you're waiting for 5-minute hammer, continue to wait. So you want to continue to sell into this territory. Yearly open. Might be a little more selling left in it. Might be a little bit more. If we got a 1-minute combo, I'll be there for it. One minute, 2 down, 2 up. I'll be there. We did grab it. I want the VIX to start slowing down. Qs, still some selling pressure on this 5-minute candle. Still some pressure here on the 5. Let this 1-minute candle close out. Starting to wick there. Let this 1-minute candle close out. On the other side of this 1, I'll take it. Okay. 10-minute calls. Okay, up 15. Up 18. Wow. Take some off right there. Up 20. See if we can hold there. I'll close it right there at 20. If you want to hold that, you can hold it. Quick scalp for 20. All right. There you go. If you caught that, beautiful job. 20% in 1 minute. I wanted to make sure I had the calls. So there you go. Nice grab. Do what you want with that move. I wanted to take that TP before this territory here. Could have waited for that reclaim. But I'll take 20. In less than a minute. And now it's probably going to be out of here. All right, you want to take that? If you took that, tremendous job. That's that first TP. Second TP is there. There you go, guys. That was the best setup there. All right. So you have to be patient to catch this. Okay. Is that the bottom of the day? We shall see. So nothing on the 5 minute quite yet. Okay, nothing on the 5 minute quite yet. That's why the 1 minute is so important. That 1 minute is so important. You have to know how to use that 1 minute. Okay, maybe if you still hold, you're about maybe 40, 30%. All right, my objective is basically from here to here. Okay. VIX is starting to push lower. First to shift the structure, we need to get above these highs. Okay, do we call the bottom again? This is another bottom tick. If you're finishing up, guys, have a great day. Have a great rest of your day. So what was the primary thing today? The primary objective that we had to be aware of today was not trying to replicate yesterday. If you tried to replicate yesterday, look for expansion. What did they do, guys? They obliterated everybody. All right, so that was the big thing that I wanted to bring to the team's attention. All right, whether you took advantage yesterday, if you didn't take advantage yesterday, high quality setups will still be there. Yeah, I did front run the VIX there. Right, but you have to be patient. Don't try to replicate yesterday's action. Look for expansions, overstay your visit, and then give back the profit. That's what the market was preying on today. Okay, that's what the market was preying on. So from here, the contracts were 115. They're at 150 now. If you did take that, congratulations. If you didn't, don't chase. This required you to wait until 11:22. All right, so whatever the market throws at us, guys, whatever it throws, the better we get reading at what it throws at us, the better we can capitalize. Okay, so small things like that is what makes a difference. So many retail traders came into the day, or they missed yesterday. They don't usually trade, and they got alerted with the big sell-off, whether it's on whatever platform they're on, and they open up their broker today thinking they're going to capitalize and it's going to be easy. Guess what? What do they throw? They throw the worst conditions possible. On top of that, I'll explain why I say the worst. On top of that, right, they elevate the stakes. Okay, so what I mean by the conditions, okay, so just imagine there's a lot of FOMO from yesterday. A lot of FOMO. This is the monthly candle. Within the monthly candle, okay, we're in the middle of the monthly candle. Okay, and then we have a weekly candle. We're in the middle of the weekly candle at a 50% retrace. And in the daily candle, we're at the very middle. If you take a look at the volume, if you take a look at yesterday's volume, total volume traded, yesterday we hit it above 100 million. We haven't hit 100 million in quite some time. All right, we've been in the 60s and 70s. So there's a lot of volume. Retail comes in, they see this, and they say, hey, let's jump in and take advantage. Okay, so what do they throw? On top of this, on top of the fact, from a technical standpoint, we are in poor conditions at equilibrium. Okay, they elevate the temperature, aka IV and ATR. So if you're not aware, you're paying, okay, a heavy premium for those contracts. If you're not aware, volatility is an injection of volatility. How quickly are we moving? So it's very interesting because we have, price has expansion characteristics, but the structure is chop. It has the characteristics of expansion, but the structure is chop. And that is very, very difficult to trade. It doesn't mean that we don't have anything to take advantage of. We do. It just depends on how sharp we're on our execution. And if we're wrong, we manage risk, we wait. Here, something like this. It requires you to wait for 2 hours. Okay? And this thing is gone. This thing is out of here. Anyway, if you took that. Oh, you took that last one, Kevin. Beautiful job. All right. Just take profits where you need to. We've already hit one target. We're going to the second target. And look what's happening. We're starting to push back the downside. Okay, so if you're able to navigate today with a small green, if you're able to navigate today with just a small red, break even. Okay, you did your job. This was designed to annihilate you, to eliminate you, and go back to the old days of over trading, the old days of over leveraging, and taking massive losses. So the fact that you can walk away with a small loss, right, is a job well done. Because in the olden days, right, maybe the old version of you this day would have just thrown you off. And that's signs of tremendous progress. For the ones who are green, right, your job becomes protect and don't overstay your visit and don't over participate. Don't give back to green, because it's going to require patience. It requires hour, 2 hour to wait for your setups. Okay, so defense, defense, defense. If you're done for the day, tremendous job, guys. I will do the end of the poll stream here shortly. Green today played 2D to E puts. Beautiful job. Okay, that was probably the last clean setup off of these lows. So tomorrow's Thursday. We'll see what takes place tomorrow, and then on Friday it was ramped down. And so the first week of February is in the books. Just like that. First week of February is in the books. Okay. Any questions, guys, on YouTube? Let me know if you have any questions. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Make sure to join our community. We'll go over how to join our community shortly at the very end of the stream. And then we'll look to wrap up here in a few minutes. Let's also do a poll on YouTube as well. So the chat is split, 50% bullish, 32% bearish, and 18% kangaroo. So a lot of you are still bullish. Okay, so the two trades that I did take, puts and calls. We talked about that nice retrace reject there, reclaim there, nice breakdown there. All right, just missed this one here for that slide into this territory. And then we finally had to wait, and take this there. Back to downside we go. Look how it's grabbing liquidity. This is pure algorithms. If you haven't already, guys, go for my strikers. Go and visit the ebook. All right, ebook is available. All right, go visit that the buy block, sell block, session high, session low section, and give that another read. All right, that's going to really help you navigate through the times we're in and really break down the key levels. You have access to that already. Not looking good, guys. That last little dump, not looking good. Bigger picture, not looking good. So the bulls need a hammer on the hourly. Hammer at exhaustion is what they need. Bitcoin. Man. Crude. Breakout brewing. They grab these lows, send it to these highs, and grab these highs. And now do those highs lead us to yearly open? Do those highs lead us to yearly open? Okay. Let's see. We'll do the poll real quick. And then we'll look to wrap up on YouTube. And this is great price action to study. Okay, this is better to study this action than to do back testing at midnight. All right, so live action. The market gives it to you. It's great to practice on, to really start to understand how to trade choppy days. Okay, let us know how you did today, guys. Folks on YouTube, smash the like button or subscribe. Any questions, let us know. We'll look to wrap up here in a few minutes. So tomorrow should be very interesting. So we'll have a good read on how things unfold tomorrow. That pre-market tomorrow is going to be critical. And for today, the remainder of the day, if we continue to stay inside, that's going to be interesting. If we break below these lows, right, the bears are, that sell-off that we did see yesterday is here to stay. All right, it's a real sell-off. Okay. If we can close below, if we get below 684.03, close below it, bears got it. Bears got it. So going into tomorrow, doesn't mean we're going to be bearish automatically. Absolutely not. We're going to assess the pre-market, assess the conditions, lay out the scenarios, craft a game plan, and look to take advantage of either side of the move. That's the cool thing, especially with day trading, especially with scalping, right? You don't have to have this bigger picture bias, right? You don't have to have that bigger picture bias. Let's go back and revisit our 5-minute chart real quick. All right, the question that we asked before was, have we seen three 5-minute candles consecutively after these three and these three? No. So what that means is the buying and selling is lasting for under 10 minutes. All right, so let's see if that can change. So this is somewhat of a break and retest. So what this translates to on a pretty little line chart, okay, we had some nice lines. This translates to this. And we're right there. I would say right here. All right, so we're right there. All right, so these lows swept these lows. And then now we're on the verge of sweeping those lows. So if you're bearish at that particular point, all right, what you're solving for is, do we have enough fuel? Okay, I always ask that question. Do we have enough fuel? Do we have enough energy to get into those lows? or to get into these lows and continue to sell off. All right. Obviously, the entry for that retest was up here. All right, so what did we take? We took the bounce, okay, the grab. We took the grab. We took the grab here into some retest levels. Okay. So in this case, your TP would be here. And then the bears enter. And now the bears are pushing price into these lows. And what they have to hope for is the same amount of buyers that stepped in here don't step up there again. If they do, that turns into a double bottom. If they don't, that turns into a full breakdown, lower low slice. Okay, so pivotal juncture here. Okay, there we go. So now we're like, boom, we're like right there. Okay. Took us $169 loss. Okay, that's a good job of managing your risk. That's easily recoverable. Bought into puts around 6:45 a.m. Then when it started going up, sold them in a loss, then watched. Okay, good job managing risk. 6:45 a.m. So I'm assuming you're joining us from Cali. Are you joining us from Cali? Or West Coast? Somewhere in the West Coast. Somewhere in the West Coast, possibly. That 19 on the VIX will be critical. So look at that 19 on the VIX along with that yearly open. Rejection of that 19. Potential yearly open bounce with a PA combination on the 1. We slice and dice through 19. Potential slice and dice through yearly open. It's a huge line of defense for the bears. Okay, so the audio is good on YouTube. Okay, that's good. That's good to know. Good. So, wow. So, 2 trades. Obviously, these were clean. This one was the cleanest move. Okay, this reclaim was nice. We took advantage of the puts there. High single-digit gain, stop on a runner, and took advantage of calls here for a nice pop the upside, double digits. That's it. All right, see if the yearly open folks start jumping in. Let's see. Five minutes to let some selling. Keep in mind, when you're taking bounces, you're going against the grain at times, most times. All right? Especially when you're using the 1. If you're using the 5, the bounce already took place on the 1, but you're using the fuel from the 1 to fuel the 5. Okay? That's what you're trying to do. 5 minutes still shows some signs of selling here. So do we bounce here? What do we think, guys? Any bounce? Or do we slice right through it? Put bounce or slice in the chat. Okay. 5 minutes still selling. Synchronized selling here. Slice and dice. I think we see another $10 sell-off if we breach. Wow. So you think we're going to go all the way to 675? Possible. The daily Expect to move to the downside is 684.82. Slice right through it. Slice and dice. No horse in the race, just observing. So, question is where we're coming from. Okay, so we trapped there, trap here, and then we fall off a cliff. The 5-minute waves have been waving pretty much since the open, but the price has been very volatile, so it's easy to get stopped out. Close at 2DT, 38%. Beautiful job, Sancho. %40. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. We got some phenomenal traders, guys. Great job. Great job, Sancho. We're still seeing some selling. On the Qs, on the Dow. This is synchronized. Synchronized selling, SS. And look at the VIX, okay? So the VIX, we need a slice. The VIX is, boom, out of there. In the case where I took this bounce, the VIX was sitting right there, a bounce, and the VIX rejected. We're still moving $1.29 per 5-minute candle. IV still high. So now, after 10 o'clock, okay, these contract values, especially the 0 DTEs, after 12 o'clock, they're going to start to really fall off a cliff. And IV is high. ATR is high. All right. Okay, nice drop there. So this breakdown, once we broke out of there, that's what it's leading to now. Basically, boom. Okay. We're below the initial lows. Okay. So now, in this case, what would be the optimal retest? This area here, right? That area there. What a drop, guys. What a drop. I think we're starting to, some of the action from yesterday is starting to clean up and continue now. We shall see. That daily downside breaker, 684.03, is right there. So let me make this, that's the key zone we're working with. So we're coming to that 685. $685. And we'll look to wrap up here on YouTube in a few minutes. So what a beautiful breakdown, symmetrical triangle breakdown. Beautiful job, Sancho. On that swing. 685 gone. 685 is gone. Okay, we're back below weekly downside breaker, guys. Now the selling's, after chopping around, now it looks like the selling is here. We're getting, how many candles do we need in a row for us to break out of that choppy territory? 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 5 4-minute candles in a row, so 20 minutes of selling. We're below weekly downside breaker. Good night, Qs. Qs are at that weekly downside breaker as well. If you're looking for shallow, if we're going back, if we're going to play that game, once again, we have 685 and see if that 685 aligns with that. First, not quite. So if you're looking for shallow, at least. So in this case, the lookout is for compression. All right, some sort of flag on the one, first wave, some buyers stepping in. We're at the bottom of that buy zone, 140% IWM puts. Beautiful job, Turbo. Inside candle on the 5. So there's this inside candle on the 5, just a relief. And then we got another leg lower. Wow. Let's look at the VIX. All right, VIX. Mr. VIX giving us the reads. So we can see this from 11:30 and beyond. From 11:30 and beyond. All right, it's a different algorithm. The first one is just engineering liquidity. The second one is just basically sell, 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 sell. You see how it just changes. That daily downside breaker is right there, guys. So now the more separation we create, this becomes shallow. Okay? This becomes shallow. 95% for Honcho on YouTube. There we go. So if you're waiting for that breakdown right here, tremendous job. Don't chase. Don't chase. Don't chase, don't chase, don't chase. Okay, see if buyers start stepping here. Can buyers start stepping, try to push it to that yearly open? Okay, can we get a potential hammer on the 5? Can we get a potential hammer on the 5? In that case, VIX rejection off that weekly upside breaker will be helpful to trigger those longs. If it blasts past that territory, the more than likely we'll start to push back the downside. So if you're looking for a retracement back into some levels, you're welcome in this buying. You're welcome in this buying. So it's like a pause on the buying. All right. And now we're in the jaws of the waves. We're at that 685. We're at that weekly downside breaker. So last week's lows. If you do a 50-50 on this, what are the chances that 50-50 lands in this territory? All right. What are the chances? So let's do a 50-50 on this real quick, on this last leg. Okay, slightly lower. So the 50-50 is near first shift lows. All right, right now we have a shallow retracement, very, very close to the low of the day. Test that first wave on the 1. What would help in this case is an acceleration on the VIX. If you do trade the first wave test, if you don't, you're just observing. Break below 684.89 would be helpful. If you're on the other side, you're waiting for that hammer candle on the 5 to close out. Okay. So one is dip, buy the low, buy low, sell high. The other is buy high, sell higher. Okay, it looks like it wants to keep going. See how that reclaim plays out. So this is where we are. Okay, let's just zoom out for just a second. So here, coming back to that territory. That yearly open reclaim. Yearly open reclaim would be nice. And there it goes. So it paid the bears, and now it's starting to pay the bulls. That 5 minute, we're working our way to the wave. Nice 5 minute combo back to the upside. And the VIX is starting to fade right there. Got that 686 right there. See if we can hold above 686. No horse in the race here. If anyone took that reclaim, that was beautiful. But you have to take it in the face of that selling pressure. The essence of buying low. If you're waiting for that retracement, you want to pay attention to that yearly open. You want us to fade off that yearly open. If you continue to wait, you want to wait between that monthly 50% retrace and these lows here. And this territory is where that 50% retrace is on that this leg lower. There's the dangers of just shorting. So if you think about that breakdown, it sliced through 3 targets. All right, very rarely do we see it slice through 4, 5, 6 targets at once. It's going to get some level of pushback. And then now we are headed the other way. Headed the other way. VWAP is all the way at 688.42. What's my second shift low here? Let me get that second shift low real quick. Okay, yeah, second shift low is right here. Yeah, I was right. Second shift low. Okay, we're back above second shift lows. All right, do we have enough fuel to make a run at this resistance? Do we have enough fuel? Or are we going to get stifled at second shift lows? So now if we go back to our illustration, we did this, and then now we're starting to do this. So when you think about it, second shift lows are right here. So the question is, do we come back, retrace, reject, or do we reclaim? That's where we are. If we map it out, that's where we are. So we saw 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes of selling. Now we're seeing close to 10 minutes of buying. Nice hammer here. Reverse on the 5. And for the ones who are taking the puts, importance of taking profit. If you don't take profit, you just sit in the position. You want more and more and more. You blink and it goes the other way. That's how quickly things are changing. All right. That's how quickly things are changing. All right, we're at the waves. See if we get a shooter here. On the 5. We're testing second shifts lows for that potential retrace reject. What's the initial runway? If it does start to break down, back to yearly open. If it doesn't reject, then the next key zone is here. And this key zone coincides with this downwards compression's resistance. So you can see it again, once again. The VIX, nice rejection off that level. So does something similar to here take place? Remember here? We're at that move, and then we came to a point where we get a retrace reject and just chopped around. All right? Or do we just get a nice decisive move here? Nice decisive move here. Okay, let me put a alert above those highs. Okay, it looks like everyone, all the indexes want to take out those highs. That was synchronized selling. Now we're seeing synchronized buying. Okay, now we've reclaimed second shift low. So this is a nice wick. See if they get that nice push to the downside. See if we go golfing here. Inside on the 5. So inside across all of the index candles. VIX back below 19. Back below 1920, I should say. So the VIX is favoring that continued push higher. Unless it flips. So pivotal point here. Very pivotal. This is reminiscent. This is reminiscent of what took place here. Okay, so do we have enough fuel now? Do we have enough fuel? We grab second shift lows. We reclaim those highs. We reclaim that yearly open. Do we have enough fuel to really start to go? Or we're going to just chop around this territory? So 80% of our chat, you guys, 80% of you were bearish who voted this morning. Right, very reminiscent. Right, if you recall, we came into these key levels, we went hammer, we push, we accelerate, we come into a pivotal point, we chop, chop, chop. VWAP was there, all the indexes were near VWAP. And then we make that push, and then we fall back apart. Right. On that note, folks, on YouTube, we're going to wrap it up here. Thank you for tuning in. If you found value from this stream, make sure to tune in tomorrow. Make sure to like and make sure to subscribe. If you're looking to level up your trading, join our community. There's multiple ways to do it. Go to smartactiontrade.com. For the folks in the community, we'll continue the stream on Google Meets. If I do take any trades, I'll let you guys know. Yesterday I took a nice little bounce. All right. And that bounce worked out very fast. So 5 minute. Here we go. 5 minute shooter possibly brewing. POCs right there. 686.32. That's the 5 minute breaker. If it can happen simultaneously, that would be great. Right, that monthly 50% retrace as well. So between this territory, it's going to be very pivotal what takes place. This can set the tone if we work back to PML or if we work back to yearly open. All right. Again, if you're interested in joining our community, smartactiontraining.com. We also have an awesome calendar on the homepage. News, you can even do your charting there. Right. We have that entire thing just built in. Okay. You can see, you can do the charting there. Join our community. Okay. $50 a month. Use the code trial30. If you have the Striker Lite, that's also available. All right. There's a trial available. You get access to everything except the delay for ad-free stream. And of course, the yearly plan is available as well. One payment, 12-month access. If you're looking to take advantage of the courses, all right, you got the course bundle. And of course, you have the one individual course, Getting Started Day Trading Options, jam-packed 6-hour course, going everything you need to know to start really taking advantage of the best opportunities in the market. All right. If you're interested in knowing how I draw these levels, ebook is available. But if you join the community, the Striker community, you have access to the Apex, you have access to the ebook, you have access to the course, and all the educational material you need to jumpstart your trading. Okay? So thank you for tuning in, guys. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Stay safe. Hopefully you found value. Smash the like button. We'll see you guys tomorrow. God bless.